I've run two different trains on the layout at the same time. As you can see, we've got this new Amtrak E8 hauling a passenger set. We also got this Western Maryland locomotive hauling a mixed freight right here. Hopefully, some people will join in the next few minutes. I'm going to quickly set it to live chat so I can read everybody's messages here. And yeah, since the last live stream, I haven't made any significant changes to this section right here. As you can see, I've got the bridge and stuff as per last time. And I did do a little bit of tidying around it and stuff, so I'm happy with how it's starting to come along right here. I'm also really enjoying this locomotive. I'm not sure if all of you have seen the short yet, but if you haven't, you should go check it out. I've wanted one of these for a long time now, and I ordered it up, and yeah, so far it's been a great runner. I think one of the best Rapido engines I've ever gotten, so not a bad unit. So far I'm not seeing any messages. Okay, there they are. Welcome everyone. UP Productions. Amtrak Acela, it's my birthday. Happy birthday. Looks the same now. What looks the same? Oh, do you mean like the layout looks the same as it did before? That's what I've been trying to do. And huge thanks goes out to UP 1055 for becoming a member for 6 months. Yeah, Earnhardt, welcome. You run some BNSF. I could definitely make that happen. The cheapest way to get an Acela Express model in the UK. You could check on eBay UK, see if somebody's already imported one. Because that might be cheaper with the shipping fees if you can find one within the country. However, I'm pretty sure you can buy them brand new, so I wouldn't be surprised if importing a new one is not that expensive. Bachmann's made the Acela sets for quite a long time. I think probably close to 30 years, so shouldn't be too hard to get one. Norman Corey, welcome. Hey Harrison, it was my birthday a couple days ago. I'm 22. Well, happy 22nd. Are you enrolled in university? No, I'm not part of any school right now. I did not know eBay had a website just for the UK. eBay pretty much has an exclusive site for every country. So if you go on ebay.com, that's the American site. If you go on ebay.ca, it's the Canadian site. If you go on ebay.co.uk, that's the UK site. And you're led to believe that if something is open internationally, it will show up in every listing. But I've noticed that it's way better to use the specific site. So if I'm looking for an American locomotive, I'll go on ebay.com. Or if I'm looking for a British engine, I'll go on ebay.co.uk. And even though the website is supposed to display the same results, a lot of the engines which are being sold on eBay UK will actually ship to Canada and other parts of the world. So it's just a good trick if you're looking for a certain type of locomotive. So almost all my British lots have come from eBay UK. Hello from Saskatchewan. AC/DC, yeah. For anybody that doesn't know, when I moved into this house, I found that up in the ceiling tile, so that was kind of a nice Easter egg. Please run 4014. I don't have 4014. I do have number 4000 and I think 4012. Anyway, I'm just going to quickly see if I can find a BNSF engine to throw on, as I said I would. Probably try to run it on the inside circuit. I have no idea if it's going to work, but see what I can do here. Here's my Walthers engine I got in that junk lot years ago. This is the same one I ran out in the snow too, and You can tell after the previous owner trashed it, and after all it's been through, it's had a bit of a rough life, right? Like life there, but it's still running pretty well. Do you have a Norfolk Southern engine? I've got a couple. Did you see 611 getting painted into the American Freedom Train colors? No, I haven't seen that. I'll have to check it out. I was really impressed with Norfolk Southern's America 250 lineup, though. I find Norfolk Southern's heritage units to date have been a little bit mixed, so I wasn't sure what to expect from them, but I feel like they did a really good job. Same thing with BNSF. Like, as much as I really like BNSF for their conventional paint schemes, their heritage units, like the one that basically just has a bunch of stickers on the side, is not that impressive. But I find with their 250 lineup, they also did a really good job. BNSF saw Union Pacific lacking and decided to lock in. I just can't believe that in Norfolk Southern's case, they also brought out 6 different units. Because I think BNSF, don't quote me on this, I want to say BNSF released 2. I think Union Pacific released 2. I'm pretty sure Canadian National and Canadian Pacific both released 2. So for them to go out and just have 6 of them is quite impressive. Run 4012. I can do that. When will your rail yard be finished? I'm not sure yet. I was gonna start construction on that this week, but I'm actually headed down to Maine, so I think I'm gonna wait until I get back to get working on that. I've kind of increased the scope of the project because originally I was just gonna build the yard, but I was thinking about it. I was like, I want to add a reversing section as well as actual electrical blocks, which means I'm gonna have to wire up a control panel and everything else. So it's basically gonna be a little bit more complicated than I was expecting, but I think the results are going to be great because I'll actually be able to park DC locomotives as well as DCC stuff there. Also, somebody's saying we got a super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat, UP 1055. And yes, we can definitely run one of the big boy locomotives. Do you still have the very long Union Pacific diesel? Well, the one I made is Santa Fe, but if you're talking about the DDA 40, then yes, I do have that. Can you run the Selkirk? I can definitely run the Selkirk. I got that running about a week ago. I've been working on this layout, like designing it. I don't know who it was. I was talking about this in a previous live stream, but somebody posted on a Facebook group, like they posted a picture of my track plan and said that this was their layout and they were trying to build it and stuff. So I thought that was kind of funny. What is interesting is that I found some pictures of one of the 4x8 layout I built as part of a series. Somebody decided to make their own rendition, and it's funny because it looks very similar to the one I built in terms of the track work, but the way they laid out the town is way different. It's kind of cool. Have you ever been to Milwaukee? I remember hearing you talk about it, and I was wondering if you had ever gone yet. Unfortunately, I haven't. Me and my dad were supposed to go in the spring of 2020, and then something pretty big that everybody experienced ended up changing those plans. And then we just weren't sure when, air travel and stuff would go back to normal. So we never rebooked the trip, but I still want to go there. How often do you do live streams? I aim to do one live stream every 1 to 2 weeks. It usually is based around how much time I have on my hands and how video production is going. Because if I'm in the middle of making a video, I usually will opt not to do a live stream just so I can focus on the production. Big Boy is doing something pretty weird. I don't know what that's all about. I'm a local to Wisconsin. I must say it's worth it. Well, it's on the bucket list. I'd really love to go and see the Walthers warehouse. The Big Boy has an Amtrak excursion. I guess that is kind of funny. Maybe it never has pulled any Amtrak cars. What's your favorite American steam locomotive? Number 4449. If the Hiawatha was still around, though, the Atlantic one, that would definitely be it. It's sort of a, outlandish dream. This probably won't happen, but I really love to think that with them rebuilding locomotives like the T1, that it will encourage others to build one of the original Atlantic locomotives again, and we can actually see one in this day and age. That would be very cool. Again, total pie in the sky kind of idea, but wouldn't that be something? Comes back to that quote: if I ever won the Powerball, I wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs. Car Marquette 1225 was running on the Saginaw Sub LSRC tracks. Stopped in Holly, Michigan a few days ago. You're gonna need more money than the Powerball if you're gonna bring that back to life. I don't know. I have no idea what it costs to rebuild a steam locomotive, but I would reckon 20 million would probably be enough. I'm just guessing. Of course, it's not even just the money. You also need to find people that know how to build a steam locomotive and resurrect the plans and all the rest of it. What's your favorite railroad in Canada? Canadian National. I prefer their paint scheme, but not by a long shot. Canadian Pacific is also a railroad I like quite a lot. I really love going to see the Holiday Train. $20 million is chump change. I think I got that in my back pocket. Wow. Do you have an eBay page? No, I don't. I've never sold anything on eBay before. I have sold like some of the bulk locomotive lots that I buy on eBay where I get a bunch of $5 engines. I have fixed those up and sold them to my local hobby shop. I usually get back what I paid, but it doesn't matter because there's videos out of it, so that kind of balances it out. But yeah, I haven't been a seller. I get a lot of emails from people putting in offers on certain locomotives and so on, and it's not impossible that I would ever have an eBay store at some point, but at the moment, I'm pretty happy. Just, I don't know, making videos instead. Have you ever seen the movie Back to the Future Part 3? Yes, I have seen that movie. It's, I think, my second favorite Back to the Future movie. I really was not a big fan of the second one. A lot of the train scenes in that movie were amazing. Have you ever seen 4449 in person? I never have, but it's a goal of mine. It was funny because my one of my dad's friends was actually out in California, and he went to what he described as a railway museum, and he took pictures of it, and he's like, apparently this engine's famous. Has Harrison ever heard of it? And my dad was showing me the pictures, and it was 4449. I'm like, yes, I know about that. If any of you out there are big fans of the 4449 too, a pretty funny but kind of cheesy comedy movie from the 80s called Tough Guys features it. In the movie, it's known as the Gold Coast Flyer, but it pretty much has the exact same paint scheme the Southern Pacific used, and it's cool getting to see it in a Hollywood film. The outer and inner tracks are wired with separate feeder base wiring. Is there a crossover switch between the two? The way that my layout is wired is that there is a crossover switch, but the two tracks are electrically isolated from each other. So if I'm running the inside circuit off this controller, it feeds into this part which says DC2, and then that power goes into the track. But if I want to run both tracks on the same circuit, I set it to same. And what that does is it duplicates the power that goes to these two tracks on the other side. And by doing that, it means I can run trains between the two tracks without having a short circuit. I'll have to do a video on how to wire this. It's not very complicated, but there is a lot of things you need to know about it. Are there going to be any new additions to the layout? Well, the next phase of expansion is going to be building the locomotive storage yard. And then after I build that, I've got a pretty crazy idea. I haven't finalized how I'm going to put this all together, but I'll try to explain it here. So basically what I want to do is I want to add a bunch of riser sets along the edge of the mountain and just have a track that slowly goes from the ground level here all the way up until it's about the same height as the back of that mountain. It's going to go around here. And then I want to actually put a tunnel up high and have that swing around, and then have possibly two sets of tracks here, one for a subway to run on and another line for the track which wraps around. And then I don't know if I want to do a reversing loop to bring it back, or if I want to somehow run one of the tracks back down to the ground level there. But either way, I just think it'd be really interesting to see trains kind of escaping the side of the mountain. Hey SMT, my Lionel tube track is getting worn out and I'm going to replace it. What should I do with the old track? I mean, if it's in really bad shape and you don't think it could benefit anybody, you could just throw it away. But what I would suggest doing is, if you want, just list it on Marketplace for a few dollars. Or if you really don't care about it, just list it for free, and then, maybe somebody else can make use of it, at least get some parts from it. Because that was the problem I was having with some of my Lionel tube track. It was like it had gotten so worn out that even if you crimped the metal back into place, it would just get all warped again because it was the metal was so tired. Do you ever participate in any model train Facebook groups? Not a crazy amount. I don't follow very many groups, but I will sometimes kind of drop in on them just to sort of see what's going on in the hobby and check out some of the projects. I find it's just a good way to kind of, I don't know, just gauge where people are at with the hobby. But the only thing there are some Facebook groups that I find people are really nice and they're supportive, but there are other Facebook groups where I find there are a lot of members who are just really cynical, and they'll just kind of nitpick. And they're not talking about me. They're talking like some kid will like post like some progress on his layout, and maybe he hasn't done a perfect job, and they just start like attacking, and it just starts to kind of frustrate me reading that stuff, because I'm just like, this is part of the problem with this hobby. It's unnecessary cynicism. So I don't spend too much time on them because I don't like that side. Like I felt this was actually on Reddit, but the other day I saw this kid and he had tried to solder some switches together. And I mean, truth be told, it was not a perfect job, but he was proud of it. And every comment was just brutal. Like they were showing pictures of train derailments and stuff to like make fun of him. And I'm like, this poor kid, he's gonna leave the hobby. SMT, could we get a before and after shot of your parents' basement? How is the space being used now? I posted a short as a members thing on what the basement looks like now. It's pretty much just storage. The Hershey factory is still down there, but yeah, there's not much happening. It's just a bunch of chairs and things like that. They didn't go and build a gym, as a lot of people were suggesting my dad was going to. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I could put out a community post or something for people who are not members. Will you be doing a review on the Walthers mainline P42s when they come out this fall? To tell you the truth, I didn't even know Walthers was making a P42, but if they come out with one I'm interested in, maybe. I'm more tempted to buy one of the Rapido P32 DCs. Should I add ballast to my current easy track or get a different track without roadbed and add cork and ballast to it? If you have nickel silver easy track, it might be worth it. The kind with the gray road bed. If it's the kind with the black road bed and steel track, I wouldn't bother with it because if you try to add ballast, it might corrode the rails. But it's up to you. And Honky Tonk Boy says, thank you for your videos helping me get into the model railroading hobby. Well, thank you for becoming a member, and I appreciate hearing that. You should make a lift out bridge. It's definitely an option. I might build one over this door right here, but one thing I've learned about the hobby is you never want to build a lift out on a corner. Do you have a 4449 daylight that isn't Bachmann? If so, can you run it? I do have one. I'm pretty sure the last time I tried to run it, it was having some issues, but we can try again. I also said I was going to run the Selkirk, so I guess we'll get that going. How fast should your trains be running? I swear mine are getting slower, and my transformer is putting out what it says it can. Well, if your engines are not maintaining a good RPM, I would say like I don't know what kind of transformer you have, but just because like if you have a transformer that's rated at 16 volts, but it's only 0.7 amps, like one of the starter set controllers, and you're trying to run multiple engines, it is gonna lug down because it doesn't have enough amp output, and so you get a voltage drop because of that. But yeah, I would say if stuff's slowing down, you've either got a problem with one of your engines or there's a slight short circuit with something. 'Cause, yeah, that's not normal. Can't wait to see the bridge along the wall when you get it done. I think it's gonna look great having trains running around the entire room. It's pretty good looking. I'm gonna start ballasting my track. I laid down some grass in certain spots, but I want to ballast it all before I get too far ahead of myself. Yeah, fair enough. Some people may disagree with me, but I don't find the order of grass and ballast is super important. I think a lot of people would probably recommend putting grass down before the ballast, but I've done it both ways before, and I don't find it makes a massive difference. What was wrong with Nerf Cat? You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. Unfortunately, Nerf Cat was dealing with pancreatitis. I can't quite I don't know exactly how it works, but the pancreas, it gets overloaded and then the cat stops eating, which gives the pancreas a break, and so sometimes they recover from it, but other times it can get worse, and unfortunately it's untreatable. He had survived it, I think, 3 times before then and had been fine, but fundamentally he was a pretty old cat by that point, and so the third time, unfortunately, he basically was just starting to starve, and yeah, he passed away in his sleep. But I miss him really bad, but at the same time too, it's like 18 years is pretty long for a cat, and he had a heck of a life. So, I think for a cat, he did a lot to make this world a better place. Not just in my family, but also there's so many people on here that love him, and it's sad that I'm still getting comments from people that aren't aware that he's gone, but at the same time too, it just kind of shows what kind of impact he had. What are you interested in getting? 2400 of HO scale Adirondack engine, Green Junction engine in Syracuse. I don't think I've seen it before. SMT, I got an O gauge layout, and your videos have got me into the hobby. My wallet is fried. Thanks. Yeah, that is a symptom of this hobby. That's a new name for the stream. Well, I'm trying to change it up every once in a while. I'm thinking of making a fall themed layout with DCC. Do you have any advice for making your layout videos? Or if you have any advice, your layout videos have helped me a lot. I was wondering what mistakes to avoid. Mistakes to avoid, mistakes to avoid. I would say planning is very important. Definitely plan things out, and making a list is a really good idea to kind of figure out what you want. But just be careful not to get caught in the planning phase, because I find a lot of people, when they have like an ambitious goal for a layout, can get a bit overwhelmed, and then you get stuck there, and then you don't build anything. So at a certain point, just say, screw it, I'm going to take some risks, and I'm going to start building a layout, because you don't want to get caught in layout purgatory and be stuck with a pile of materials that don't turn into anything for 2 years. It's something I've experienced, and I've seen a lot of other people go through the exact same process. So yeah, I would say just don't get stuck. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of technical things out there, but too many small ones to mention. So I'll just leave it at that. Are you gonna get a DCC and Sound 1776 locomotive? I'm awfully tempted to get one of the BNSF ones in HO scale. Can you please run a Via Rail P42, 8 units, 8 coaches? I can definitely run a Via P42. I don't know if I can get the right amount of coaches, but definitely do that. Some TA, did you see the video I tagged you in with my new EMD and W2? Yes, I did see that video. It looks like a great new addition to your collection. I want to get the Canadian Pacific Kansas City 250 units in HO scale, especially since I got to see one on National Train Day. SMT, what should I do if I don't have room to build an HO scale layout anymore? Should I sell all of my HO and get N scale? It might be worth it, honestly. I mean, it depends how long you think the shortage of space is going to last. And I would say before you go doing that, really check to make sure you for sure cannot build anything. Because honestly, like you can fit a surprising amount of stuff on a 4x8 that once you're done with, you can just store against a wall. Um, I understand not everybody has that option, but just keep in mind there are some creative ways, or you can hang a layout from the ceiling that lowers. There are different ways you can kind of get around the space issue. You can store your layout under a bed. So really check out all your options and even try building a little shelf layout, maybe, see if that works for you. Some people love doing that. But if you want to be running trains and the space is a problem, and scale is a very popular option. And if I had to get a smaller scale, I think N scale would be my choice. I know there's some people out there that really like Z scale, but honestly, N scale's been around longer, and there's frankly just more for sale. So that's what I would say is nice about it. Sean H, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Glad to catch a live stream from Clayton, Rhett, and Sean. A little donation from the family. I appreciate it. SMT, I just bought a Digitrax Zephyr Express and it needs to be wired into Bachmann tracks. Should I strip the wires to put it on the terminals? If so, does it matter which wires I put on each terminal? So to answer your question, I'm pretty sure the only way you can wire one of those controllers up to Bachmann's track is to cut off the end that plugs into your, I assume, ISI command system or your regular Bachmann DC controller. I think the only difference it makes is the polarity. And on DCC, there's not the power doesn't flow one direction. You just have a positive rail and a negative rail because it works very similar to AC power. Not a big deal if you wire it backwards because you can just flip the terminal around on your track. So I would just wire it up and see if it works. But yeah, you should be able to see in your manual because on the Digitrax controllers, you have multiple terminals. Well, actually, I can show you which ones go to track because I have got the same controller. So yeah, if you want to wire this up yourself, you just put wires in the two outer terminals and then you screw them down. If you have a soldering iron, tin both the wires with some solder before you put them in. They'll hold on a lot better. A lot of people in the hobby will tell you not to do that. I don't know what they're talking about, but yeah, I find it helps the screws actually bite into something. I want to see more unboxing videos. There'll be more on the way. N-Scale is great. I have a huge collection. Well, and the one thing that is great about N-Scale is that you can collect a crazy amount of stuff, and like one shelf like this is enough to store pretty much everything, even if you have like 100 engines or something. Did you hear about Rapido's new SD70 Mac? I love the Alaska one. I haven't seen that. That sounds great, though. Do you watch any of ScotRail's content? I haven't seen any of his videos in a couple weeks, but yeah, I've watched his channel before. I find he's made some pretty entertaining ones. I like his sense of humor too. Do you like the Burlington Northern paint scheme? I like some of the more modern ones. I have about 200 locomotives in N scale, about 500 rail cars. Man, the Selkirk is really slow. Finally running things that train show speeds on my layout. Do you have any Pacific Steam locomotives you could run? Pacific Steam? I don't know if I do. I've got Canadian National and Canadian Pacific, but I don't know if I have any railroad just called Pacific. You can put your camera closer to the track. Yeah, sure. What made you choose HO scale? I didn't really pick it, to be honest. If I didn't have anything in the hobby, I would go with HO scale again. But what happened was in November of 2006, just before Christmas, my dad brought me over to my grandmother's house and we went through his HO collection. And at the end of that night, he said, "You can take one thing home." And I picked out this Canadian National F unit. And then for that Christmas, I think this was all bait just to get me to ask for a train set for Christmas, because I think my dad kind of wanted me to get into model railroading because he liked it so much when he was a kid. And yeah, so I asked for a train set and it happened to be HO. So that's where it all began. But I get the benefits to other scales for sure. O scale trains are incredibly easy to work on, and they definitely have a lot more presence to them when they're running around. They make more noise, like they rumble. I get why people like them. And as I was talking about N scale earlier, it definitely has, a size advantage in terms of being a lot more compact than HO. But I feel like HO scale is sort of a hybrid scale, it's relatively easy to work on, also not so small that it's tricky to put things back together and so on. So there's benefits, there's disadvantages and advantages to every scale. HO just happens to be my favorite. What do you plan on doing with the wooden area? That's where I'm going to be building a locomotive storage area and also the industrial side of the layout. Did the steam engine break? I noticed it's on the workbench. The big boy is just here because I was running it earlier. As for the Dreyfus Hudson, it's still running. It's just there from the last live stream. When I said Pacific, I meant a 462. I might have one. Is it okay to keep plastic wheels on HO scale rolling stock? Fundamentally, it's not going to do anything that bad. It disintegrates a little bit and it will actually leave residue on your tracks. So you're going to be cleaning your rails more often, and it doesn't roll as well as metal wheels. But that's about it. Other than the performance drawbacks, it's not gonna trash your layout. I still have some equipment with plastic wheels. It's just stuff that you're running a lot. You might want to consider upgrading to metal. I wish I had a basement. No basements in Florida. That's true, eh? I haven't been through too many Floridian homes every time because my grandparents used to have a place in Florida, but it was a mobile. So I don't know. The lack of basements there never really stood out to me, but I guess it makes sense with all the water. Any brands to avoid? The older Bachmann engines from the late 70s, like the Bachmann steam engines from the 70s and 80s, those are pretty bad. In terms of modern locomotives, most brands are pretty good, but Bachmann is my least favorite. Water table is too high in Florida. Well, my grandparents, every time they were away from their mobile, they would always be worried because it was really close to, I want to call it a canal, but that's not right. I don't know. And in a lot of Floridian like neighborhoods, they got those bodies of water. They're kind of like channels that travel throughout the backyards and stuff. They were beside one of those, and the water got really high. Never flooded them out though. They were really lucky in that regard. Robert Mutt, thank you so much for the super chat. Hi Harrison, it's Robert from Real Rail. I emailed you an offer to come to our railroad show. I was wondering if you could possibly consider it. I'll have to have a look through my email because I don't remember receiving any email like that, so it might have gone to spam, but I'll have a look. That sounds interesting. Where do you order your metal wheel sets from? A lot of hobby shops have them, but you can also get them on eBay and stuff. Rapido sells them. They're called Rapido Bits, and they've got one size which is for freight cars and another side which is pretty common for passenger cars. I think Walthers also has their own metal wheel sets, so yeah, you can look around. What about the Tyco 1960s train set? I'm looking to revive an old hobby. The Tyco train sets from the 1960s are pretty well made. A lot of them were Mantua Tyco back then, and they were made with mostly metal parts, USA made, and a lot of them will run. Now, being made in the 60s, a lot of them are now 60 years old. So if you buy one, expect that you're going to be cleaning, you're going to be polishing the rails with a a track bright, and you're going to want to oil the engine up, and there could be some oxidation, so you're going to be doing a lot of cleaning on it. But in terms of quality, a lot of them are quite reliable. I've got some Mantua Tyco engines, especially the diesels, and I've seen some with very little maintenance done on them, and they're still running 60 years later, so they're definitely well made. I would actually trust the 60s Tyco locomotive a lot more than a 70s or 80s Tyco locomotive. Speaking of old Bachmann, I still really want to see you fix the Canadian National Daylight engine with the pancake motor. I want to get that engine running again. The only thing that's holding me back from fixing it is the fact that I fixed it and it failed. So the second time around, I want to come up with something that's going to hold this time, because that worked for a surprisingly good amount of time considering it was just being held together with crazy glue. But I want to figure out something a bit more permanent before I go investing time trying to get the darn thing back together. Should I use cork to clean my track? Cork is a good option. You can also use those track brights. Pico sells those. You can even use those little green plastic pads people use for cleaning dishes. I forget what they're called. The big thing you never want to use is steel wool. Steel is really bad for your trades. First of all, it's too abrasive, but second of all, the little steel fibers will work their way into your locomotive's motor and they'll destroy it. So pretty much anything that's not steel wool or sandpaper are pretty good choices. And the Chef 1979, thank you so much for the super chat. I don't see any message attached to it, but I appreciate it. Colby's Project Bin, welcome. Just want to make sure I didn't miss another super chat there because I see there's two. Okay, yeah, it's the Real Rail thing. Okay, good. Scotch-Brite, yes, that's it. Even with the Scotch-Brite too, vacuum your track after. Even the Scotch-Brite fibers are not ideal for a gearbox. They're just not magnetic, which is why they're better for motors. How many Canadian Pacific steam engines do you have? Probably 10 to 15. Why would an old Mantua Tyco steam engine run great when not attached to the frame, and then when attached all back together, not run? It sounds to me like you have some kind of a short circuit. So I'm not sure if by the frame, if you're referring connecting the tender to the locomotive, or if you're talking about connecting the motor to the chassis. If you're connecting the motor to the chassis and the motor's running fine on its own, it could be an issue with something mechanical. But to me, that sounds like you got a short circuit somewhere in that ensemble. One thing I would check is if the tender is the source of the problem, make sure all the wheels are aligned correctly, because sometimes if you have a wheel set that's out of place or an entire truck that's out of place, it can cause a short circuit. Motor to the chassis. Yeah, so it could be Like if the motor is humming and it's getting power consistently, I would say you've probably got a mechanical issue. If the motor is losing power, it might not be well grounded to the chassis. Mr. Clean Magic Erasers work well for cleaning track. Never tried it myself, but yeah, I guess that would work. Earlier, somebody was asking me to run a daylight. I think I'll try to see if I can get that. And I think somebody else wanted me to run a Via Rail engine, so try to go get those. I've been watching you for a few years now. I started my own railroad, one being N-Scale, the other being HO. They will be put in my workshop, and I'll show you when I get it going. Well, I'd love to see that all together. What wheel arrangement is the Canadian Pacific? It is a 210-4. It's a Texas type. Rave Train, welcome. You can read my comment. I'm just waiting. You're my favorite YouTuber. I'm happy I'm not into train comment anymore. I'm into plane content. Well, thanks for sticking around despite that. Do you have a Canadian National 260 Mogul type steam engine? I think I have a Mogul, but I don't think it's a Canadian National. I think it might just be painted black. Hey Harrison, how are you doing? I'd like to know if you're going to do another eBay search video. I might make one of those. I haven't done one in a few years now. It's been a lot going on with the Canadian Post strikes in the last couple of years, and so that's kind of why I've hesitated. But now that they're back to work, hopefully could get back to making those. What are your opinions on Thomas the Tank Engine? I really liked watching the show as a kid, and the original one where they were actually filming it with real model trains. It wasn't CGI or animated or whatever the hell you call it. But in terms of the HO scale model, I've never really felt the need to add any to my layout. The original is great, and I had it on VHS, which was pretty cool too. I kind of miss VHS tapes. I know that they were a pain in the neck, but there's something about them. I don't know. They just make you kind of happy. Are you thinking of getting a NYC Commodore Vanderbilt? If I found one at the right price, I probably would. Oh, excuse me. I've been subscribed for the last 5 years. Well, thank you. Are you ever going to do a video on your Oldsmobile? Eventually. I was running that yesterday, checking the timing on it. It's all good. If I can build up enough trust in the car, I'd love to do a video of actually like taking my Oldsmobile to a train show or something. Oh man, look at that. Weird derailment. What brand is the Canadian Pacific? It's a, I don't even remember. It's a Pacific Pike. That's it. What's an Oldsmobile? It's a car brand that was, well, it went out of business. It was part of GM, collapsing. But yeah, it was a car brand, and they're no longer around. It's pretty good stuff back in the day, though. It went out of business in 2004. Yeah, I mean, it's too bad because I feel like Oldsmobile is actually doing a pretty good job, even towards the end, of trying to innovate, like with the Aurora. Like the Oldsmobile Aurora is one of the few 90s cars that I actually find is kind of cool looking. I think that they're maybe the only brand that actually got the whole 90s bubbly car design to look good. A lot of other brands, in my opinion, kind of goofed it up, which is too bad because in terms of reliability, I think the 90s cars were some of the best out there. Gotta say that one thing I really like about the Oldsmobile is that it's just before the 80s computer technology started to get added to cars. So, it's got emission lines and lots of vacuum lines, but nothing too complicated. Whereas I've seen guys working on 80s Oldsmobiles that had computer controlled carburetors and stuff like that, and I would not want to touch one with a 10-foot pole. You should do a BNSF manifest on your layout. I could throw in another BNSF engine. You definitely don't want to work on a modern diesel truck. Yeah, no thanks. So there are just two types of couplers for HO scale, horn hook and KD ones. Yeah, there are other brands of couplers out there, so you can get knuckle couplers, which are KDs. KDs are kind of like the Kleenex of couplers, like the name is kind of used to describe all knuckle couplers. But there are some other ones in HO scale in England. They've got, I forget what they're called, but the kind where you have two loops which kind of hook over each other, and also trident couplers, which are pretty weird. But if you're in North America, those are pretty uncommon. What's your opinion on an early 90s Bachmann steam engine? It's a 4884 War Baby. I don't know. I would be careful buying it. If it's a Bachmann Spectrum, it might be okay. Those are easier to fix than the first generation Bachmann engines. And I think they have a CAN motor, but they still have the cracking axle issue. So if you buy one, just keep in mind you might have to replace those. Do you have any tips on how I could find a Dreyfus Hudson online for reasonable prices in US dollars? Just look every day. Check on eBay every night or something like that and see if any new ones. One thing that can help you buy stuff on eBay is set the listings to recently listed and then set that to buy it now. Sometimes you have somebody that will list them at a reasonable price, but the problem with buying stuff online is that there's also a lot more demand. So trying to find one online at a good price, in my opinion, is harder than stumbling upon one at a train show. They're not that rare, so I don't know. Just keep looking around. You'll probably find one. I found an entire set. I was able to get an engine plus 4 cars back in 2021 for 100 Canadian, which is probably about maybe 75 American. So sometimes you'll get lucky with this stuff. I found out the hard way that the couplers on my old Tyco set do not match with the new rolling stock I ordered. Yeah, they are different, but you can buy coupler boxes and you can add them to your older rolling stock. You just need to glue them in place or hold them in place with a screw. And you only have to do it on one car because you can have one car which has a knuckle coupler on one side and a horn hook on the other. I'm digging that via P42. This is my original Athearn one. It was custom made, but I put a Kato drive in it. Yeah, in terms of the couplers, I've got this car right here. You can see we've got a modern style here, and then got one of the older ones here. And then if I'm running an older engine that has this style or other cars that have this style, this is the one that goes in the middle. It's good to pick a distinctive car. This one's bright blue, and I don't have many other cars that look like it, which is why I picked this one. But yeah, it's just a good way to get around that problem. I'd love to see the Swedish steam engine that was like the one that went past your grandparents' house run on the layout. I don't have it at the new house yet. Unfortunately, it also is not in operating condition, but I'm hoping to get one of the guys that works at my local hobby shop to do some work on it and actually add DCC and sound. I recently saw your video on the Athearn 042. Any idea on how to remove the bottom plate? I wish I could say, but that was so long ago. I don't remember how I took that engine apart, to be honest. Do you intend to put any clear plastic at the edge of your layout? I don't know if I'm going to put plastic. I might just put some trim along the sides of the layout. The good news is that since there's a bit more space from the edge of the track, hopefully that will help prevent derailments. Well, if there are derailments, hopefully it won't roll off the layout. When you aren't live, what locomotives do you run the most? Usually it's stuff out of my original collection, stuff I had back when I was like, 10, 12 years old. I'll get I got like a rush of nostalgia, and I'll feel the need to bring one out and run it around the layout. Have you gotten your N scale layout to the new house yet? I have got it here. I was using it for a little while, and then I decided to dismantle it, and I'm gonna rebuild it, I think. Oldsmobile was removed from GM because it made a couple years and it wasn't selling enough anymore. Well, this is the thing that drives me a bit crazy about GM. And it drives me crazy. You see what I did there? Is that they'll buy out car brands and then they'll, to save money, reuse the same platform. So it's like an Oldsmobile in the 80s was not that different from a Cadillac or a Buick or a Caprice. Like if you line them all up, they're all very similar. And especially since all those brands have different trim, you're basically building like five different brands of the exact same car. And I think the problem with that is, unless the one brand like Cadillac has, the fact it's a Cadillac, or Chevy being a more affordable car, it's like if you don't have anything special, there's just no reason for it to exist anymore. Whereas when these were all individual companies, they were making really unique cars which looked so different from each other, and they had their own kind of style to them. So I'm not really surprised that Oldsmobile went the way of the dodo bird, but it is a shame. It's called badge engineering. Yeah, it happens in model railroading a little bit too. I don't think it's as common today, but a lot of older brands were rebadged. So, like older Lionel engines, some of them were made by Kadar, which is now Bachmann. Others were made by Rivarossi. There were even some Athearn Lionel locomotives, and AHM, would sell Rivarossi engines under the AHM name. They would sell Mahano engines under the AHM name. And there was also companies like Lifelike that was selling Mahano engines, and like there's so many different crossovers where brands were having other companies build their stuff and then just putting their name on it. Is the Hershey factory going to be this way? Well, I'm not sure what I want to do with the Hershey factory at the moment. I was talking in a previous live stream about how I had some plans to possibly actually bring it out to Smith Falls for some workers reunion. And so if that ends up happening, then I don't want to haul it over here. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I also don't know where exactly, if I bring the Hershey factory over, I want to place it. But we'll see. Did AHM ever make their own products? It's hard to say because, like, if you look at the bottom of a lot of Mahano engines, they are branded as AHMs. So, like, the tooling was for AHM, but I don't think that they were directly in charge of the factory, if that makes sense. So they kind of did, but yeah, most of the time they were just rebadging stuff. I think their technique was that AHM could sell their products to the American market. Like, they had a better tap into the American market. So, like, Rivarossi was making American engines, but they were only selling them in Europe. And so I think AHM kind of helped streamline their move into the US. John Master. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the last part of your name, but thank you so much for becoming a member for 2 months. I think I told you this, but your videos are the reason I got back into model railroading in my mid-50s. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I feel like there's really no wrong time to get into model railroading. I've even had a couple guys who have told me they're 85 and they've gotten into model railroading in some cases for the first time in their life, which I think is super cool. I'm glad that, I don't know, people don't hold back. When's the next expansion? Within the next couple months, I would say. Because in a few days, I'm going to be off in Maine for about a week. And then when I get back, it's probably, if I get started on construction, then it's probably going to take about a week to put that all back together. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. You think you'll ever get a steam engine like the Maryland 1309? I don't have any plans to, but I don't know. A lot of the engines I buy, I don't really scout them out. I'm just at a train show and I find something I like, usually in bad condition, and I just buy it as a project. And then along the way, I learn the history of the real engine the model was based off of and stuff, and then kind of develop more of an appreciation for it. Have you heard the Tyco operating 2-bay hoppers? I've got about a dozen of them. They have actual doors on the bottom that open over an actuator. I don't know if I've seen those specific ones, but yeah, I have seen a lot of the other Tyco ones, like the cement pipe loader, where they roll onto a car, and then there's another spot where they roll off. I think they might have even had some coal loading and unloading sets. There was a lot of cool stuff from Tyco and Lifelike back in the day. I wish they still made that kind of stuff. So, operating accessories, they're so common in O scale. Like Lionel has like a million operating accessories. In terms of HO scale, especially in this day and age, it's not that common anymore. Let me get a close up of the E8. So far, I haven't spotted anything too out of the ordinary. I don't know. A lot of people were saying in the comments that the engine is a bit too shiny. I'm not sure if the real ones would have had a more matte finish or not. I'll let all of you be the judge of that. It's a nice Amtrak engine. Well, from what I understand, it was one of the very first ones as well when Amtrak was starting up in 1971 and inheriting a lot of equipment from other railroads that were disbanding their passenger service, except for the Rock Island. Nice paneling in the basement. Yeah, genuinely from the 70s. 1976. So, as America turns 250, this side of the house is turning 50 years old. Amtrak got a lot of EAs from Penn Central. I think this one is a former. I want to say this one's a former Pennsylvania Railroad. I believe that's what the card said for that. But yeah, I think Amtrak also got Burlington Northern and a couple other railroad stuff. Good idea on the foam floor, save your knees. Yeah, the foam floor is a really good investment. I gotta say, it's helped a lot with back problems. And also, if you drop any models on the ground, it doesn't happen very often. But if you drop something, it usually doesn't smash because the foam takes the impact. Bernie Trainman, finally able to join one of your live streams. I've been having internet connection problems. Well, welcome. Do you have any Canadian National Dash 9s? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. Found this one at a train show for $15. Was in pretty poor shape, but it still runs well. Do you have any 440s? Yeah, I've got some of those. I'll see if I can run one. Looks like the CN has already derailed. This thing always gives me grief on startup. Have all your models made it to the house yet? Vast majority of them, but there's still more to bring over. I'll sort that out in a moment. First, I need to like put something else on. I'm gonna have to see what's going on if the wheels have come out of gauge on this one. It's just kind of weird. It keeps wanting to derail. Hey, Vision 2020, thank you so much for becoming a member for 19 months. Run the Tyco Amtrak engine. I'll see if I can find one. I'll get something else running on the layout first, though. Tyco runs after 50 years. It's impressive that a lot do. I've been following you since 2017. Congratulations on the success of the channel. Thank you. See, this is what's weird about the 440. For some reason, the light is getting power, so parts of this model are energized, but then it loses power, it gets stuck, but it's not stalled. So I'm guessing the motor, maybe the wires going to the motor are bad. I'll have to open this thing up at some point and do a little bit of recalibrating. This, by the way, was supposed to be an unused engine when I bought it a few years ago at a train show. It goes to show you that just because something has never been run doesn't mean that sitting in a box for 20 years allows it to remain the same. I bet if this had been an engine somebody was using for an extended period, it probably wouldn't have these problems. I have an old Tyco locomotive that is over 50 years old and still running strong. Well, it's great to hear. A lot of them are like that. Like the old Tychos can run a while. I find the power torques you usually have to intervene at some point and do some maintenance on them. But yeah, the Mantua Tychos are pretty darn solid. Maybe the motor has oil on the commutator. Yeah, it could be that. It could be a floating brush. Could be any number of things. I'll see if I can find an old Tyco to throw in the layout. I'm not sure if either of these are going to run, but we'll try them both out and see if we can get at least one going here. The older MU drives pull a lot. Yeah, they got 5-pole motors. They're fairly strong. If you plan on getting a Canadian Pacific Heritage unit, I'm definitely tempted to. Is there any locomotives you'd like to get? The main one I'm on the hunt for is a green Rivarossi Hiawatha. No idea if they even exist, but I hope to find one at some point. I have a feeling there is one out there. I just don't know how common they are. You ever use S gauge? I've got some S scale stuff. I haven't run it in a long time, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. S scale is really like the hybrid of HO and O scale, not just the fact it's between them, but also the electrical side of it. It runs on two rail track like HO, but it's also AC power like O scale 3-rail. It's interesting. Anyway, let's see if this old Tyco will fire up. Oh, I think this was the one I rebuilt a while back. Because for a Tyco that really started up without a whole lot of hesitation. Fortunately, the coupler is a little messed up. Would you ever build a bridge out of popsicle sticks for your layout? Never done that before. I did build a couple bridges out of matchsticks, though. lost its cars. Yeah. I'll try it with the other one here. Coupler on this one looks a lot lower, so hopefully this runs okay, because if it does, we'll be in business. Oh, that doesn't look good. See, this is always what's exciting about owning old Tyco locomotives. They're very unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen when you get them on the track. But if you give everything enough voltage, it'll probably rejive itself here. It's also wired backwards, you can tell, because the engine's trying to run this way, but the light is going the other. Let's see if it will power through. It's not very happy, but it is running. Spectre Sound Studios, welcome. You never know what happens when you get an old Tyco running. Some of them might actually work. Yeah, that's what we should all hope for. I doubt these are even going to couple up out there, but I'm going to try it anyhow. Sometimes you just need to give them a bit of a nudge. Oh, the coupler actually worked. Unbelievable. I was sure I was going to have to walk out there and fix that. Tyco for the win. Hey, SMT, I accidentally bought the wrong gravel for my layout, so it's too big for HO track. Is there any way to making it into smaller pieces? I wouldn't bother. If you can return it, just return it. If it's the same cost as another kind, they might let you exchange them. But yeah, I think trying to grind up the gravel is going to be more work than it's worth. Hell freezes over. We should run some S-scale stuff. I can't believe we're halfway through 2026 tomorrow. Is that true? June 1st. I am going to be happy once we actually get into the summertime. I don't know if everybody else has been experiencing this, but I find we've been having a really cold May. I actually had the wood stove here going the other day. It was that cold. Have you visited any train shops in the GTA like George's Trains? I haven't been to George's Trains. I have ordered online from them, but that's about it. I'd be curious to see the train stores around Toronto. No GTA 6. So I don't think GTA 6 is going to come out until 2026 or 2027, I should say. They're going to get everybody's hopes up for November, and then they're going to at the last minute say, "Hey guys, bad news. It's delayed again," and the fans are going to go crazy. It's what I think is going to happen there. Do you still have your Tycho Spirit of 76 trains? I've got some of them around here. I'll see if I can dig one up. Put another Tycho on the layout. See if it hauls the cars a bit better than this one. I got that Spirit of 76. Thank you so much for the super chat, N8 Monk. Here in the Netherlands, it's around 24 degrees Celsius. That's not so bad. Here it's been like 15 degrees Celsius, which I think is in the 50s in Fahrenheit. Nah, this one's lively. This one's not a Tyco though, it's an AHM. It's got the field advantage of actually having a somewhat decent drive. You're in the black GG1. Yeah, sure. Got the engine. I just need to find another car for the train. Did I miss that super chat? Oh no, that was the one for the GG1. Now I remember. How many engines do you have and how many are DCC? I think I have about 500 engines, and I would say somewhere between 40 and 50 are DCC. All right, good news. I found this. Opinions on smoke generators and HO steam engines. It's a cool thing. I get why people like it. Personally, I don't use them very often for two reasons. In my case, this basement is not very well ventilated, so if you have one of those things going, it will smoke you out pretty bad. And the other thing is that if you're not careful with smoke units, they can actually burn the shell of the engine. I've seen a lot of failures with smoke units. I've seen some guys which are now starting to put diffusers, like water diffusers, in their steam locomotives. So instead of it burning oil, they basically they create. I don't know how you would describe it, but a certain vibration, and it makes the water evaporate, and it creates sort of like a mist. And the benefit to that is you're not inhaling burnt oil. But I don't know how great it is for your collection to have a bunch of engines spitting water out all over your table. I imagine if there was enough of them, you might raise the humidity. Nobody said anything. You may have a red car on the floor by the table closest to the controller. I think that might have been there earlier in the live stream, but I guess I brought it up. Put a vape inside it. I mean, that would probably be better than a coil burning oil, but I'm not a big believer vapes are exactly awesome. So I'm sure it would work well, but I don't know from a ventilation standpoint whether or not it's a great idea. What happened to the Chevy Citation you used to have? I think I still have it. It might just be packed away. I've got a great big bag of vehicles, which I plan to disperse around the layout. I just want to get more of the roads built. Nice ravine. It was better than the hole that was there last time. Yeah, I brought the level of the ravine up, I would say about 3 inches. And in my opinion, it looks a lot better than the original one. Any plans to further expand the track on the main line? The track on this main line is going to remain the same, but I have been talking about possibly building some sort of a bridge which would go across here, wrap around there, cross here, go beside the stairs, pop out over here, and then connect to the back of the yard. And then I could have two more tracks, two more trains potentially operating. No idea how I'm going to put that together, but that's, I think, the next goal after I get the yard all put together here. Well, I guess the GG1 does have enough bounce to actually get this train moving. What are the road surfaces made of? I just take that foam board you buy at the dollar store, and I paint the top. I don't know what just happened over there. Some sort of a derailment, and now that's disconnected. That or the other train somehow crashed into that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on right now. They're backing up. Hmm. Some kind of a derailment happened. Let's go investigate. The GG1 causing havoc. Yeah, clearly so. The GG1 is out here on its own, so I wonder if maybe it was just running a little too fast and one of the cars rocked its way off the layout. I heard something derail, but none of those are derailed. Yeah, something weird happened with the GG1. It derailed and then disconnected from the rest of the cars. I'm not sure if the other engine disconnecting was just because I stopped it, but yeah, it was a little bit strange. Or no, yeah, no, it was not the New York Central car that was the problem. It seems to be this right here. Weird. Well, at least we can get that running again. The new Lionel HO Berkshires are $700. Really? That's crazy. I hope they've at least upgraded the details because as much as I really like the Polar Express I got because it's the Polar Express, I can't say for the money I'm like that happy with it. Just think that they could have definitely added a lot more detail for $400. I would probably buy another Bachmann Berkshire before I'd buy one of those. Anyway, to go fetch those cars, I guess we'll get another engine running here. Can you run Go Transit? Yeah, we can do that. Let's get the other train on the inside circuit running again, and then I'll figure out a way to get these Amtrak cars off the main line, get the Go Transit cars on the main line, and try running those around. Thank you so much for the super chat, CON or Connor01. What do you use to make the rivers? Usually just take foam and carve out the river, or in this case, plaster. And then you can buy this water from Woodland Scenics. It's pretty realistic looking stuff. The only thing is that it takes a really long time to set. So when you lay it out, make sure you have something to block where the water ends if it's on a hill. Otherwise, it will just go everywhere. Run the big boy. I'll run it a bit later. I already ran it earlier in the live stream, so I'll run it again at some point, but I'll just wait a bit. It's just such a popular request that if I run it again now, there's going to be people later in the stream saying, run the big boy. I have two Canadian National DCC Soundish Dash 9s. They're Ather and they're real gems. With all the Berkshire talk, is there any chance you could run one? I don't mind if it's a River Rossi one with sound or the old one you repaired. I'll try running the SMT mainline Berkshire. No idea if Norman Corey is still here hiding in the background, but he was actually the one who very generously made and sent this engine a couple of years ago. So. Coupler on this looks a little whack, but I think I'll probably be able to still use it. There's already power in the second line, so I guess I'll just try to run the whole layout off DCC. Doesn't want to power up. When you buy a Polar Express, you pay for the IP license copyright for the movie logos. I keep hearing that theory that the reason the HO scale Polar Express is so expensive is because they had to pay for the licensing, and I'm sure that that adds to the cost, but the only part of that narrative I don't understand is that Lionel has other sets, like they've got a generic holiday themed Berkshire locomotive, which doesn't have any licensed property attached to it, and it costs the exact same amount as the Polar Express set. So either Lionel is just making less money on the Polar Express and making more money on the unlicensed set, but charging more, or the other way around. Because it just doesn't make sense that if it is completely due to the licensing, that the non-licensed sets wouldn't be cheaper. See if I can get the Virginia engine running. Something I hate about Lionel Polar Express is the whistle. Nothing like the Polar Express in the movie. Yeah, I really think that with that model, they were just trying to like tap into nostalgia, which I'll admit they did to some extent with me. Like, I liked seeing the silhouettes of all the different figures and stuff. There were some things they did right with it, but I think a lot of it was just a cash grab. Like, even Bachman makes a pretty darn nice looking Berkshire. And so I don't know. To me, what they should have done, I mean, maybe they wouldn't want to rebadge a Bachman product, but if they were so hesitant to build a proper Berkshire, I don't understand why they wouldn't just either try to see if they can get River Rossi's old tooling, which was pretty good, make those, or just license, like, just rebadge Bachman Berkshires and put Polar Express branding on them, because I feel like those would look a lot better and they would probably perform better too, if I'm honest, which is not good for a Bachman. There we go. Talking about the Polar Express, I got some new parts for my custom Bachman one. Just minor maintenance things, though. I have a few questions for you. Are you going to be in a city like Union Station, where British Columbia meets up with the Canadian National Pacific? Probably not. I live on the other side of the country. The Burke didn't feel like running today. Yeah. Well, the Amtrak car's derailed again, but that's fine. It's already time to put them in a storage anyway, so we'll just do that right away and just not have to worry about that. Oh, close enough. What's weird about the big boy this year towards Pennsylvania, it only has 1776 and not 1616 on the train. I went to see it on live camera today. I wasn't sure why they did that. Yeah, I'm not sure what diesel's helping. Like, I don't know if they change it up or not. SMT, do you glue down your track, or does it get glued down when you ballast it? I usually put pins to hold the track down or screws to hold the track down, but yeah, the ballast itself is just glued down to the layout. I don't usually put glue under the actual track. I usually do put some glue under the roadbed when I'm laying it down, but that's about it. How many rolling cars do you have? I don't know, to be honest. I think I've got more rolling stock. I've got less rolling stock than I do locomotives, which a lot of channels will tell you is not something you should ever do, but I think it's more exciting that way. What do you think about the ICE-1? I've been eyeing the Hornby Lima export set. It seems plenty detailed, fairly priced. I would love to see an ICE on the channel someday. I haven't had a look at that set, but yeah, I'd be very tempted to get one of the German high-speed trains. Locomotive options are not a bad thing. Yeah, exactly. SMT, I'm a big fan. And your over lubricated Bachmann 3001 video helped me open my locomotive to add lubricant. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Flexible, clear, easy to remove. And Zato, thank you so much for the super chat. Harrison, will you go to the Montreal train show on the 8th, Sunday coming up? Probably not, unfortunately. I was really hoping to get to go to the Arnprior show or the Montreal train show, but unfortunately, I'm going to be away in Maine for both of those, so not going to be able to make it out this year, but hopefully next year. Things just worked out a little bit differently time-wise. SMT, are you going to do any special America 250 run sessions on the 4th? I might do that. It's also possible I might do a repair because I got a Spirit of 76 locomotive in one of the recent lots, so I could do a rebuild on that. But I'm hoping while I'm in Maine, I find something kind of cool. It'd be nice to find one of the old Bachmann Spirit of 76 train sets, like with all the cars. I think Lionel made those, but they're both Cater. And do a video fixing up one of those. Maine, yep. Since it's been brought up, have you found a roof for your American train? Yeah, I have. Let me see if I can find the engine. Yeah, I was really lucky. For anybody that doesn't know the story behind this Freedom Train model, I found this in Canada on Amazon Warehouse. It was being sold for $70 or something with DCC and sound, and but it was in since it's a warehouse find, it was used. Now Amazon had told me that the engine was in working condition, and that it only had a couple of small scratches. Other than that, it had the original box and everything. So I decided to order it up because I was like, that's a screaming deal. And then it got to my door. It was not in the original box. It was loose in an Amazon box, like a box this big with like one of those inflatable cushions that they put with certain packages. It wasn't wrapped or anything. It was just floating around in there. So it had gotten damaged during shipping, but it was also missing a ton of parts, including the cab roof and some of the wheels and everything. But I was really lucky because I was able to find a GS4, and it turns out the 80s GS4s, despite being about 25 years older than this one right here, still use the same tooling for the roof. So I was able just to pop the roof out on that one and add it onto this locomotive. And yeah, I think it looks pretty good. You can see there's a slight difference in the paint. This has a little bit more of a matte finish. This is a little bit shinier, but other than that, and adding a lot of replacement parts, I would still say it was a pretty good deal for one of those. The American Freedom Train livery is gorgeous on the 4449. I wish they repainted it to that livery for the 250th. Yeah, I'm sort of surprised. I think the last time it had that paint scheme was in 2002. I'm not sure. I think it was 2002 to 2004 they repainted it to the red, white, and blue, because it was, I think, for the last, for America 200, I think they repainted it red, white, and blue, and then it went back to the original color a while later. And then at some point, I think around 2001, it was painted black for BNSF's anniversary. And then for 2002, they put it back to the red, white, and blue in honor of the victims of 9/11. But I don't think it stayed with that paint scheme for very often, for very long after. So, yeah. I was wondering if you could run your Union Pacific Big Boy around the 250. Oh, again, I'm not sure what I'm going to do around there, but yeah, we'll see. I want to look for a cool project. When are you going to do another unboxing? Probably within the next few days. I'm hoping to film one before I head out to Maine, and then I can edit that while I'm down there. And then while I'm in Maine, I'm hoping to possibly do another video at the Trolley Museum and or at some antique stores. The antique stores are always hit or miss, though. Sometimes you find some cool stuff at them, other times not so much. But I'm pretty excited. Hopefully get to see some trains down there too. What's nice about Maine is that they actually have freight trains rolling through. I don't get to experience that around here. It was in 2004, okay. I'm in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and I'm next to the Canadian National Train Yard. I had a CN engine with a CSX BNSF behind it, and other two engines from different states. That made my day. Fond du Lac, the place where Mercury was from. That's cool. When did you say you're heading to Maine? Within the next few days. Gonna head down to Maine and should be there for about a week. Can you run your trolley or something that's behind the Canadian flag? I don't have a shelf behind the Canadian flag anymore. I just have this one because before I had the wooden shelf that used to go there, and then this shelf was beside that. But ever since I moved here, I just decided to keep the shelves out. It just makes stuff a little bit easier to access because you can actually see it. Is the layout DC or DCC? It operates on both. So I've got a DCC controller right here, and I've also got a DC controller. Well, two of them for depending on which track I'm running, and then some toggle switches to switch between them. It's pretty easy to wire this up. All you need is a double pull, double throw switch, and you can run your wires from the DCC controller to one side, the DC controller to the other, and then you just run the output wires from that switch to your track. Got any tips on how to rewind a Hornby Dublo locomotive? Not really. I did it once, and it's not an easy thing. Is there a British Build 462 Pacific? Maybe so. Let me go see. I'm not as familiar with the types of British steam engines, but I assume just by the wheel configuration, this is what you're talking about. There's no way I can pronounce that. You should try the immersive railroading mod in Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in a long time. You should get an HO scale blue comet. I think it would be an engine you'd like if you don't already have one. Yeah, I'd be open to getting a blue comet. I probably wouldn't go to a train store in 2007 to buy one, though. If you know, you know. Have you seen a movie, Anastasia, 1997? I've never heard of that. Rest in peace, Bobby. Yeah, some people get the reference. I'd rather not get whacked. I do find it pretty cool when mainstream shows feature model railroading. What happened to Bob? It was a scene from the show Sopranos. This guy goes to a train store and some other guys are after him. Anyway, it's kind of a meme in the community, but yeah, it's interesting seeing model railroading in mainstream shows because yeah, The Sopranos had some model railroading stuff. I think House of Cards might have had some model railroading stuff. A little bit in that 90s show where Red Foreman gets into model railroading. I thought that was pretty funny. It's one episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine where they're building a model railroad. Do you like fishing? My brother's curious. I never got into fishing, which is funny because I used to spend a lot of time at my grandparents' cottage, and my sister actually liked fishing, but no, I was mostly into boats, specifically power boats. There's a Deadpool film that had a Bachmann set, and Big Bang Theory had a Bachmann Rail King set. Yeah, and Young Sheldon, which is supposed to be a spin-off of Big Bang Theory, also had some model railroad scenes because he's supposed to have a O-scale set. When are you getting the Hershey Factory back? That's the only reason I keep watching. I didn't realize the Hershey Factory had such a pull. I mean, I definitely want to add it back on the layout, but I was discussing earlier how I've actually been given this offer to bring it out to Smith Falls for an event, but that would be next year, so I don't know. A lot of members are posting different channel related emotes. I'll have to make more of those stickers. Does the American Freedom Train still run? It's had some problems, but I think it does. The only main issue I have with it is that, like any Bachmann engine, it just will not stay on the track. America. Oh, forgot about the power. This is the thing that drives me crazy with this thing is sometimes the wires get caught around the ladders on it, and then it causes the drawbar to do all kinds of funny things. So hopefully now that I fix that, it will actually sit on the track properly. I think I got them all. Let's see. Why does this thing look like it's tilted? I don't know what's going on with it. We're going to try to run it either way, but I think this will be another chapter in why you should never buy trains off of Amazon Warehouse. Don't let the cost fool you. Bachmann's wire and plug connections are the worst. They're so fragile and easy to break. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. To me, they should have left the decoder inside the actual locomotive and then just run some wires out to the tender for the speaker, but I guess they just thought it would be easier with the added space in the tender to put a circuit board, but just running all those wires back and forth, I find very questionable. Are you still with your girlfriend? If so, does she help you with the train set? Yeah, I'm still with Chloe Girl, and she's not like super involved with the train set, but now she'll be around for some live streams. She's actually here right now, just doing some work on her computer. Is she going to Maine with you? No, the trip to Maine is just going to be a family trip, but we'll probably do something later this year. I really like the rail fanning opportunities these two curves make. Got any plans scenic wise for the layout? I want to rebuild some of the mountains around the layout. You can see that there's a lot of unfinished pieces because of the new addition. So I want to fix all that up. Just blend everything together a little bit better. I find right now you can still kind of tell that this was a previous layout. It doesn't flow perfectly, but I think it's all going to get there, especially once I start adding grass and stuff. Have you ever heard of somebody epoxying the motor onto their locomotive? I've seen it done before. I think there are some benefits, which is that some epoxies can help muffle vibrations, which can lead to better performance. But I guess the only downshot to it is that, obviously, if you need to remove the motor, you have to break it off. If you're going to epoxy it down, though, one thing that might be a good idea is just take some heavy grit sandpaper or something sharp and just rough it up the sides of the motor. Like actually just put little scratches in it. That way the epoxy has something to grab onto. The lighting in the basement is pretty good. Are you using the light reflectors? Not really. I'm a huge fan of halogen lights. So I've got a lot of sets of halogen lights just to kind of evenly light everything. And then down this row, I got these LED lights. They're pretty good. They don't add any weird wavy effects to the camera. So that's one benefit. It's got a couple original lights, but I added a lot of lighting, and there's still some dark spots down here. So still stuff to improve, but I've tried to do what I can. What I really like about the halogen bulbs, though, on these sorts of light stands, is that you can actually redirect the light. So if I'm filming a video on something and I need the engine or whatever it is I'm working on to have a bit more light, I can just kind of twist the light, and you see how it brightens up the scene. Is O scale or G scale better? Well, this is going to sound like a diplomatic answer, but it depends what you're looking for. If you just want to run some trains inside, I would probably go with O scale. But if you're looking to build like an outdoor layout, definitely G scale. Still have the table lamps, awesome. I feel like they're so integrated into the channel. I don't think I could get rid of them. I like having the table lamps down here. They make it feel a lot more homey and less corporate. Do some live rail fanning here on the layout. I don't know if you know this, but put in a 1982 Tyco made an electric sound, a steam boxcar, and the sounds are there like the Lionel MPC era locomotive sounds. I think I have both. I've got the original Tyco sound boxcar, which is basically just a bunch of beads or something that tumble around. Yeah, they did make a later one, and it was electric. I bet the foam helps for real. Yeah, the foam pads down here. I was talking about that earlier. They're really good for your legs and your back. Walking on cement floors is not great for the human body, unfortunately. SMT, if you have per se a bed that takes up a room like 80%, would it be worth it to take it out and expand the HO scale layout? Well, I don't know how practical that would be, but what I would probably do is see if you can build a layout that fits under the bed, and then you don't have to replace your bed just to get a new layout. Is there some way to know that you're running at scale speed? Not really. I don't have a speedometer. I know some companies, they sell these almost tunnels, and you can run your train through it, and it will tell you what scale speed it's running. I guess that's so that you can, if you're programming the decoder, you can program the speed steps to be more authentic. But I've never gotten into anything like that. Do you still have any of your grandmother's trains? I still have all of them, but they're at my parents' house. Did you put any model cars together? I can't say I have. A few of the cars on the layout, though, are references to things. This one's terrifying. That's Christine, yeah. I'm very limited in space. I've been thinking about building a shelf layout across my room, but the doors, windows, and closets are a big detractor for my idea to build a shelf with a double loop. Well, and that's why, again, if you want to use like a 4x8, if you have a wall which is bigger than the 4x8, You can just take it out and put it over your bed or whatever and run your trains for a while. Or you can get a 4x8 and get, I'm trying to remember what they're called. Sawhorses. You can get folding sawhorses and assemble it that way. Any train games you have, PC, console, or board games? I don't have any rail related games on any consoles. I do have some computer games. I got Microsoft Train Simulator, Railworks, which I think has been branded to something else, and also Trains with a Z. It's cool that you mentioned board games, though, because that's not a very common thing when people ask about train related games. We do have Ticket to Ride. Uh, well, my parents have Ticket to Ride at their house, and then we also have it at the house in Maine. And if you've never played Ticket to Ride, I would say it's one of the best board games. I mean, maybe I'm I'm biased because I like trains, but it's almost like Monopoly, but without people feeling like they need to flip the board over by the end of the game. Ticket to Ride is the best because Alexa can keep score. I've never heard that before. That's interesting. Yeah, if anybody hasn't ever played Ticket to Ride, it's a pretty interesting board game because kind of like Monopoly, you're trying to kind of acquire certain pieces of land, except instead of properties, you're acquiring rail lines. So you have to save up and then you can buy certain lines and then you get these cards and you're basically trying to build routes. And then depending on how many trains you lay out and how many routes you build, you get more points. And so whoever has the most points at the end of the game ends up winning. But the thing I always find really fun is that I tried to get route cards that all share the same lines. So I'll try to connect like Miami to Los Angeles, and then because I'm crossing the entire United States, if I get a card that says go from Miami to, I don't know, let's say Austin, Texas, I can kind of connect it along the way. And then you get more points using the same train. So pretty fun. How did you get into model trains? My dad was into trains when he was a kid, and he brought me over to see his collection one day, and then for Christmas that year, I ended up asking for a set, and so the addiction began. David from DB Tech says my first layout was in a closet, 30 by 60. What's your most expensive train? That's a good question. Probably my Chinese QJ. I think that one was around 700. I don't buy a whole lot of brand new stuff like that, though. The majority of the stuff I buy is usually used, so it's a little bit harder to gauge how much it's worth. I mean, obviously, there's the number that you pay for it, but some things you buy used and they're worth more, and others not so much. What could I do not to spend $200 on a starter set so I can get started in HO trains? Well, there are starter sets out there which are cheaper than 200. I mean, you could also always roll your dice on a used starter set, and you can usually find one of those for like 50 bucks. If you really wanted to be bold, you could try to find a train show upcoming in your area and just buy everything a la carte and see if you can find a locomotive track and a controller. But if you've never done any HO scale or any scale of model railroading before, I wouldn't buy um, everything separately right out of the gate. I feel like getting a starter set is just nice because you have everything you need just to get a feel for model railroading and then go from there. It's like if you watch this channel, like I'd encourage anybody out there if they have interest in fixing up model trains to do it. It's fun. You buy something that's junk, and if you work on it, you might get something good out of it. But I always feel like it's good to have at least one or two like super reliable locomotives. That way, if you just feel like running some trains, you don't have to worry about, dealing with old equipment, which may or may not be reliable. I have some engines I've fixed up on the channel and they've been super reliable, but there are other ones out there like the Rivarossi Big Boy, which constantly develop problems. What's the type of HO scale road vehicle you could get for your layout but nobody makes? I would love to get each of the cars my family has had over the years as regular vehicles, but they're surprisingly hard to find. Like if you want to buy an HO scale 1970 Dodge Charger, you can probably find one in HO. But if you want to buy, I don't know, a 2005 Corolla, might be a little bit more difficult. Why do you leave your locomotive sitting on a shelf where they could break or fall? Well, an engine can break or fall anywhere. I mean, yeah, if you want to throw it in a box every time to protect it, that's up to you. But I like having my equipment out and available. If I want to run something, I can just pick it off the shelf and throw it on the layout, or just admire all the engines. I like seeing these things. I know there's a lot of people that like to pack them away and keep them safe, and I get where they're coming from, but it's just not the way I like to do things. If you just want it to sit in a box, it's like I don't really get the point of owning it. Even when I buy a really expensive engine, I run it, and I understand there's a risk I might do damage to it, but what's the point in having it if you're never going to use it anyway? I guess. I'm still trying to find the Griswold Mobile in HO scale. That would be cool. I feel like somebody's got to make something similar if it doesn't exist. Can you use Hot Wheels cars for HO scale? You could. A lot of people do that. I personally don't because they're not actually HO scale. They're 1 in 64, which I think is S scale. So to me, they look a bit oversized for an HO layout, but there's a lot of guys out there that use them anyway, and it's not a massive difference. So, it's up to you. Or Matchbox. I don't know what scale Matchbox cars are. Maybe they're smaller. There's one brand of model cars, and I think they are HO scale. Matchbox is 1 in 64 too. Okay. When are you going to finish the middle section? Well, if you're talking about the gully, it's mostly complete. If you mean like this part of the layout, it's probably going to be within the next month. With Ticket to Ride, just say Alexa, Ticket to Ride. Well, it's good to know. I don't have an Amazon Alexa, but I guess if you did, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I actually got a Amazon Alexa as some sort of a work promotion a couple of years ago, and I ended up just selling it because I was like, I don't know. Did you ever watch Thomas growing up? Yeah, I did. I don't know what seasons I had, but I had the some of the original episodes on VHS. I don't remember watching much of the CGI version. I don't know why the Amtrak engine doesn't want to run. Controller's communicating with it, it just doesn't want to start. What the heck? It's funny as earlier I was saying this is the best Rapido engine I've ever owned, and it's doing electrical stuff. Run a Tyco Silver Streak. Yeah, I could run one of those. I'm pretty sure I brought one over from my parents' house, but I'll have to have a look. This is fire. Thank you. I don't see it on this shelf. Got a Golden Eagle there. I don't know. I'll have to check. I brought some bins of trains over recently. It might be in there. Are you a fan of Amtrash? Cough, cough, Amtrak. Yeah, I'm an Amtrak fan. I get that it's not a very functional railroad. In Canada, neither is Via Rail, but just for like the aesthetic reasons, like the paint schemes and stuff, I don't hate them. Here are the engines I most recently hauled over from my parents' place. Got Spirit of 76, Milwaukee Road, one of these GG ones. I think that this tender is for my Mahano 462 and a couple of the E8s. Or these are not E8s. I think they're E7s or E9s. I can't remember, but the square windows are apparently a dead giveaway for that. The freight train used to be needing some fuel. Maybe you could add a refinery or add some gas stations. I used to have a oil storage facility on the layout, and then during one of the renovations, I lost the space for it, so I had to remove it. But I still have the structures, so you could probably add some oil-related stuff. It's Milwaukee Roadwork. Last time I tried to run this, I was pretty sure there was some kind of problem with it, but we could probably try to run it instead of running the not the Golden Eagle, but the Silver Streak, because I don't know if I brought any of those over. The Amtrak is running really bad. It's like the revs are going like. What is with this thing? This is what happens when you let your brand new Rapido engine sit a little bit too close to a Bachmann engine for a prolonged period of time. It starts to inherit the electrical problems. I cleaned the track last weekend, so I'd be really surprised too if whatever's going on is related to having dirty rails. Whoop. Okay. What's your minimum radius? On the outside track, it's 22. On the inside track, it's around 21. You run the Santa Fe P42. Yeah, sure. Hopefully it will run a little bit better than the Amtrak is. Hmm. Can you please run the Tyco GG1? I asked for a couple live streams ago. Yeah, sure. We can try to run one of those. Speaking of Tyco locomotives, this one was not running very well before, but so far, yeah, it's doing pretty well. I don't know what's going on with the Santa Fe. I think it derailed. I need to find that coupler car, and then I'm going to try to haul the Go cars with a Tyco engine. I don't know where it went. Second question, I apologize if I'm spamming. Do you know where I can find some original brass replacement springs for my Tyco GG1? Replacement springs. So, Tyco parts haven't been made in quite a long time, but from what I understand, you can actually use slot car springs from Tyco on the Tyco motors that they used. I've never done that before. Usually, I just stretch the springs back out over a piece of metal, or I replace them with parts off a donor engine. But if you're really determined to find some replacement springs, you could definitely just see if you could find some slot car ones, and they might fit. How warm does a typical engine get after 30 to 40 minutes, and not unusual for a damaged engine? It's normal if you're running an older engine, like something made kind of 30 or more years ago, for it to get warm. Like you hold the shell and it's warm. What you don't want is the engine to be hot. And if the shell is getting really warm, it means the motor's overheating. My rule of thumb is to run the engine without the shell. And if you can touch the motor casing without it burning you, the motor's probably running at an appropriate temperature. If it's hot enough where after running it for a few minutes, it's actually burning, and never grab the motor, just tap it a couple times. Um, it's probably running too hot. But usually, if you oil an engine, really, if you oil and clean an engine and you don't put too many cars behind it, it should be okay. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The thing that I find destroys motors really fast is if you're straining them. Like you're hauling a lot of cars and there's a ton of old dust and hair in the drive and the lubricants have dried out and they're sticky. The motor's working really hard to overcome all of that. Whereas if you have a drive that's well lubricated and it's not hauling too much, everything's just moving a bit better. And so the motor's able to maintain a higher RPM, which means it's cooling better. Yeah, so I don't know where that New York Central car went, but I guess I'll just try to run the GG1 without it. Something about those traction tires seems pretty weird, but try to run it anyhow. Oh, hey, there we go. It's Digitrax good? I would say so. I've been using Digitrax for years and I've been pretty happy with it. It's one of the most popular control systems out there. Another popular choice is NCE. I haven't worked with much NCE myself, so I don't have too many opinions on whether or not their system is good. A lot of guys will defend them really hard. So, I mean, if there are so many people that are getting defensive about NCE, I would say they've got to have a decent product because people wouldn't get behind it if it wasn't good. But I did do a poll, and Digitrax ended up pulling ahead by a pretty good amount. I'm having a problem with my Digitrax DCS50. It won't let me go over CV255. Well, I think I don't know if I don't know a crazy amount about DCC, but I always thought 255 was the maximum for most settings. If your controller is acting weird though, try doing a factory reset, because there have been times where I've been trying to do something with my DCS51 and it's just something isn't making sense, and then I do a factory reset and then it works. Sometimes these things just get a bit confused, and by doing a factory reset, it's just like you start fresh and you don't have problems. NCE and Digitrax both work fine. I picked the throttle that you like best. Can you run a Camelback? I might have one of those. I'm not sure if I brought any of them over yet or not. Let's go have a look. I'm not seeing any here. Yeah, I don't think I have any over here yet. I'll have to add that to the list. What team are you rooting for in the Stanley Cup Finals? To tell you the truth, I don't watch a whole lot of hockey, so I don't even know what's going on with that. I want to say it's Montreal. I forget what team they're up against. Montreal is out of the playoffs. Have you gotten your dad's steam engine working yet? No, I still need to do that. Should I use ballast for my tubular track? What do you think? I'm not sure. I've never done that myself. I don't find too many O scale layouts have ballast. I don't know if there's a reason for that or not. Any favorite Thomas characters from back in the day you watched? Mine is Henry because how much I relate to his health condition, very similar to mine. I I don't remember the characters that well. I remember very basic things about the characters, but like I don't remember the personalities of any of them that well, so I couldn't say. Like I haven't watched Thomas for probably 20 years. What Here's something crazy. I was gonna buy a parts train on eBay. It went for $10 and free shipping. It was a New Haven Tyco GG1. Those things are rare. Yeah, those are pretty rare. I've been looking for one of those for a while myself, and yeah, you don't see them every day. The sevens are fairly common, but yeah. Day one of asking for a free loco. Okay, so I don't give out free engines on the channel just randomly, like if somebody asks, because if everybody who asked for a free engine got a free engine, they would be gone in a day. But I do giveaways on the channel, so stay tuned for those, because yeah, you can enter for free and get a chance to win something. There's been some people who've gotten some pretty nice stuff out of those, so keep your eyes out. It said not running, but the second I put it on my track to guarantee that it did not run, to guarantee that it did not run, it ran perfectly. Can you run a Bachmann Daylight? Yeah, sure. Now keep in mind the American Freedom Train, which is an identical locomotive, did several laps without having any derailing issues. So if this thing has problems like it did last time, there is no excuse. What happened to your O scale collection? Did you get rid of it? I'm still trying to figure out what happened to it. No, I didn't get rid of it. I actually have it here. I had to haul it over from my parents' house. I just haven't set it up yet because I'm actually planning this time on building an actual N scale layout, or not N scale, O scale layout with a real table. But the priority is just getting this working, and then I think I'll follow it up with the O scale setup. And the O scale set is going to be pretty simple. I think I'm just going to get a 4x8 of plywood and see what I can kind of build on that. But I think it's just going to be nice to have a real table. I think that the Tyco engine has thrown a traction tire or something because it was doing a pretty good speed with those cars, and now it's just creeping along. But you can hear the motors still running at a good RPM, so We'll have to check that out once it comes around. If it makes it back. Uh-oh. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Why did the power torque fail? Ah! Again, the American Freedom Train, which has the exact same drive, was going through here without any problems, and this thing has already jumped off the track. It's times like these where swearing might be worthwhile. Yeah, anyway, so it had all of its traction tires, and then I think one of them failed, and it must have taken out the other three with it, or maybe the two outer ones were good and the middle one was already bad, but yeah, that is weird. So I'll have to look around the layout. I guess the rest of those are probably somewhere all along the line. What's the plan for the new branch over the gully? That's going to be how I want to connect up the locomotive yard. So basically, I'm going to try to build some sort of a track that goes along here, stabilize this bridge, and then have a whole bunch of tracks for larger engines like the Virginian one I was running earlier, one or both of the big boys. Just a lot of engines that have a lot of wheels. Engines like this that are just complicated to put on the track. And then the idea is that when I'm doing these live streams, instead of having to take engines on the track and set them up, I'll be able just to turn on a switch and run them out of the yard. I don't know how practical it's going to be, but I want to try it as an idea. And if it doesn't work, I'll just use it as a secondary freight yard and store really small trains there. Could you run a Conrail engine and replace the non-working Tyco? Yeah, sure, that's a good idea. Definitely have some Tyco engines around here. I just need to find a good one. We got this Conrail engine. That's the first one I'm seeing. I feel like I brought some other ones over, but I don't know. Bring that out for now. Switches are kind of a downfall for my engines because they tend to derail sometimes. Yeah, switches can definitely be a common source of issues. One thing that I find helps a lot is getting really wide switches. Is just puts less stress on the train. But no matter how you cut it, there's going to be problems with them. Sure goes quiet when the trains quit running. Wrong direction. You run the RJ Corman locomotive. Yeah, sure. Just gonna go get those cars off the main line and we'll do that. Please run the SMT mainline engine. I tried to run that earlier. Unfortunately, it wasn't picking up power. Can you please run a Burlington Northern engine or an NR class? Yeah. Let me just get the RJ Corman steam engine running. SMT, I can promise I will catch almost every one of your live streams. Can you run an E8 or E9 Chesapeake in Ohio? I don't know if I have one in operating condition at the moment. Sometimes run two powered locomotives together like two diesels, or does that create problems? If so, I'd like to see you do that. So on DCC, you can lash up engines. On DC, you pretty much just have to have two engines that are the same brand, wired the same same brake. I'm getting tired. Yeah, you need to have two engines that are the same drive, that run a similar RPM, and you can kind of lash them up. What you don't want is to have one engine that's working a lot harder than the other one. Otherwise, you start to run into problems. As for whoever requested the Burlington Northern, though, I've got this one. I found this at the bottom of a box at a train store, and I think they wanted $20 for it or something. It was not very expensive, but it's got DCC. So that's kind of cool. All right, nothing's happening so far. I'm not sure if this engine is programmed to 20 or not, but I'm going to try it. Ah, it is actually programmed to 20. So I never did a decoder reset on this, which is interesting. I don't think this engine is equipped with lights. I'm pressing 0 and nothing's happening, so I guess it's just standard, but it's kind of cool that an older Athearn was fitted with DCC like this. I mentioned this a few live streams ago, but for some reason it's really weird not to hear the sounds of the trains running. Okay, I didn't know that because I tested the live stream before and I checked the microphone settings were the same, so I guess that problem has reoccurred. I find it frustrating because I actually did a test yesterday where I changed the tilt of the phone, which I thought had something to do with it, and it didn't, but I can plug in a mic to fix that. I truly despise tech companies who have a product that works and then they decide to add some stupid new feature and it ends up making their product worse. That should fix it. Do you have Burlington root? I might have a couple, yeah. Just trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. Nice to see you're back running trains with us. Fabulous layout. I was here at the beginning. Regrettably, I had to step away for a couple hours. I missed a lot. Not much different on the audio. Uh-oh. I'll try plugging it in again. See if that makes any difference. My TV is like that. They added AI volume and color. And the color is weird. The volume changes when it doesn't need to. Yeah, I just don't understand that kind of stuff. It's sort of like, who asked for this? The only thing I can figure is that, I don't know, people that work at these tech companies, they're being pushed by their bosses to quote-unquote innovate by finding new features and, so that they can keep the stockholders happy or something like that. And so they're just reinventing the wheel, even though it works fine, so that they have something to show for it. Because, yeah, like I find with every software update, it doesn't matter what brand, they keep making stuff worse. They're making it more complicated. And I just don't see the benefit. Like, I just don't know who's asking for this stuff. Same thing can kind of be said for cars too. They did a study a few years ago, and they actually found out that cars from 2005 were more functional, having actual dials than a screen. So it's interesting how some stuff has kind of gone backwards in that regard. Is the Chinese locomotive you got from a while back from China? Yes, it is. I don't know if I mentioned this, but shortly after I did the video of unboxing that locomotive, the owner of the company actually sent me an email, and he was saying, oh, if you want to try more of our products, or if you have any questions, let me know, which was a good thing because the company is relatively new and there's barely any information online about it. So I asked him, where are these locomotives made? Because on the box it says German quality, which would imply it was made in Germany. And lo and behold, it's made in China, which is kind of funny because the real ones were made in China. So it's one of the few times where that could actually be a selling point. But nope. So far, it's been running pretty well, though. Like, for a new release of engine, I'm quite happy with it. But yeah, a little bit misleading. It would have been pretty funny though if it actually was made in Germany. You can do another Railfan view again. Yeah, sure. I don't know if this is being picked up on the microphone, but I think somebody's playing music in their car so loud I can actually hear it inside the house. German engineering made in China. No, it wasn't German engineered or made. It was just a comparison. Like the company was saying, "Oh, this is German quality, like a BMW," and instead, but it had nothing to do with Germany. It was just marketing. And my first train show, I got a really cool Royal George train powered by an EMD F7A and B diesels. I love the all-wheel drive setup. It was a bit disassembled, but after putting it together, it works great. Sounds like quite a deal. Der Deutsch Professor, welcome. Early morning in Germany. You can run the E7 in the plastic box. I was running this earlier in the live stream. You can go back and have a look at it, but it took the tires off itself. What's your favorite non-American locomotive? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe the Scotsman. What brand is the E7? It's a Tyco. What part of Canada are you from? I'm from Alberta. I'm from Quebec, but I'm on the border between Quebec and Ontario, so I'm super close to Ottawa. Any updates to the house? Yeah, I've been doing some work getting the floors upstairs painted. Slowly getting things together. It's looking better. Doing a lot of work outside. My dad was actually over. He was helping me clear out the yard, and I'm hoping out of this old gardening shed to build a G-scale layout. Not sure how that's all gonna kind of click together, but yeah, it turns out I've actually got a bit of a garden around here. I found rhubarb. How fluent is your French? I didn't realize you were in Quebec. It's not great. I went to school in Ontario, so I never learned French. I have kind of learned bits and pieces. Chloe's French as a first language, so she's really good, obviously. So that's where she started in it. And I used to work in a fast food restaurant. And while I was working there were a lot of people that just don't speak any English. And so I had to learn enough French to be able to communicate with them. So if I go to like a fast food restaurant or something, I can order in French, but that's about as far as it goes. It's very basic communication. I hope to improve it, but just the time it takes to learn a new language is not a small task. And also, another funny thing is that if you learn France French off an app, it doesn't always translate correctly because Quebec's French is so different from other types of French. So a lot of courses online and stuff. You can learn words and stuff, but it's not the same language. Like in France, they call a car like a voiture. I'm probably not pronouncing that right. But in Quebec, it's l'auto. Does your girlfriend Chloe still visit on the? Yeah, she's been on some recent live streams. Yeah, tonight she had some stuff she needed to get done, but I don't know. I could go ask her if she wanted to come on down here if she's done with everything. But she hasn't fallen asleep. I think she's got work early tomorrow. The sound problem is likely an audio level. The plug in the microphone causes the level to drop, and then you can't hear the trains too much. Well, before I was just using the phone's microphone, and that worked okay, but then they did a software update, and now it tries to noise cancel even if you set it to standard, I guess. So that's the problem I've been dealing with. Now, the microphone I've plugged in is really good. It's a higher quality mic than the phone has, but it's also noise canceling. So even though it's not as good as the phone in terms of canceling out sounds, it's probably still doing some of that naturally. Lato, that's just lazy. No, it's just different language. Like, just a lot of different words. Quebec's French is so different from the French they use in France that Google Translate has come up with a regional French, so you can actually select when you're translating something if you want it to be translated from English into regular French or Quebec French. And it's funny because there have been a lot of people who have done examples as to just how different the two languages are. Well, same language, but different dialect. Hey, SMT, I have a Mantua Tyco Alco C430 Warbonnet locomotive, and I think it's got dirty contacts. It barely runs. It sparks there. Is there anything else I should look for? If it's sparking, I would check to make sure you don't have a short circuit. If it's running fine, it probably isn't a short circuit, but yeah, sparking is a bit unusual for a Mantua Tyco. Usually it's the old Atherns because they got steel wheels. They throw off a lot of sparks, but yeah, clean the wheels really well. See if that makes a difference. Is the steam engine running now Chinese or German? It's a Chinese locomotive, but I was talking earlier about how when I bought this thing, the company, which is based in China, designed in China, and sells in China, claimed to be German quality, and so I thought German quality meant made in Germany, but it turned out it was just a marketing tactic. I do have a German diesel I could probably try to get running, though. Got this thing. I wonder if this would run on the... No, that wouldn't run on the inside circuit. Whoops. Short circuit caused everything to time out. Hey, SMT, are you still doing repairs on the channel? I missed the repair videos. I like what you said about N-Scale. N-Scale is awesome when you don't have enough room. Yeah, I'm still doing repair videos. I've done a couple repair videos recently, actually, like the one I did just the other day of the Big Boy. The format's a little bit different because it usually starts with an unboxing, whereas before I would just, get into something else. And I'm still going to make general repair videos, but the only thing about making repair videos is that you can only repair like a Tyco Power Torque so many times before I feel like it starts to become a bit redundant because it's just the same drive in a different engine being fixed again and again and again. Uh-uh. This engine is so unresponsive. There we go. My dad lives near Windsor and had an N-Scale engine that needs to be fixed. It doesn't turn on. Is there anywhere in Southern Ontario you'd recommend to get it fixed? I would check to see if there's any hobby stores in your areas that do repairs, or even if the hobby store itself doesn't do repairs, ask if they know anybody that does repairs. But yeah, I don't know. I used to take, but before I got into fixing trains myself, I used to take my engines to Hobby House in Ottawa. I don't know. I don't even know if they still do repairs, but yeah, I don't know too many repairmen. Hey, SMT, sorry if this is spamming. I like history of railway stuff, and I think a good idea is to get some military layouts, some transport cars and stuff. I already have a little bit of military equipment, but I don't know. I'm not a huge history buff in terms of war stuff. What are your opinions on Mark's trains? Their HO stuff is decent. They were very affordable for the quality. So, they're actually pretty well made. Not very realistic, but if you just want some stuff that's easy to work on, they're pretty good for that. As for their O scale stuff, it's kind of the same thing. Very well made products, but not very good looking. Brau in Germany makes quality stuff, but expensive. Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, my Bombardier Talent, especially for it being a late '90s model, is really well made. But it's amazing, even after 20 years, these things still cost a fortune on eBay. So, I mean, I guess if they're still selling for a lot years later, it's a sign they were well made. But yeah, definitely not cheap. What's your favorite steam locomotive? The GS4. Can't wait to see the wood trestle finished. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting this all assembled and also just getting the yard all together. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna be more of an electrical thing than a mechanical thing. I feel like that's where I'm gonna run into some problems just getting that to work correctly. But I think once it's all together, it's really gonna be something. I might even electrify the switches just so that if I have a bunch of engines parked over there and I want to run something out of the yard, I'll be able just to throw switches and then you know, take stuff out instead of having to run over there. I've heard that one can often import Kato equipment from Japan cheaper than they can be obtained domestically. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works, but I do find it impressive that Kato is one of the very few companies today that still makes their products domestically. Like they, make products for their own market in their own country. Because considering that their stuff is pretty affordable, like it's expensive, but not more than any other manufacturer. Are you still planning on making the track around the basement? Yep, that's the plan. I want to build the yard first, but that's going to be next on the docket. What are your thoughts on AccuRail couplers? I don't recall having a whole lot of experience with them, to be honest. Almost all the couplers I have are Katie's. Would you be willing to give up your collection for $3 and a bag of chips? Well, maybe if they were Ruffles all dressed. What manufacturers of track do you use? Almost all my track is Atlas, but I have Pico switches. Ruffles are expensive. I find most types of chips are pretty expensive, and that's why I buy the Giant Tiger chips. I don't think they have Giant Tiger anywhere else in the world, but in Canada, it's this like type of store. It's almost like a Family Dollar and like a Walmart, sort of between the two. And yeah, Giant Tiger. They got all their house brands, and so you've got knockoff Doritos and stuff, and they're pretty good, but yeah, they look ridiculous. It's not Doritos. It's orange corn chip triangles. It is the Canadian version of Family Mart. Yeah, I like it though. It's a good way to save money, and the thing that I really like about Giant Tiger is it's not a conglomerate brand. It's not in Canada. There's a real grocery store monopoly, and that's part of the reason everything is so expensive. And Giant Tiger is one of the few that isn't part of that. So I feel kind of good shopping there because it's breaking the chain. Our Giant Tiger closed. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Giant Tiger did really briefly have some locations in northern parts of the United States, but I think that they were trying to open them right in the middle of the recession, and it wasn't really feasible. But yeah, it's an interesting business. Orange Corn Chip Triangles is the name of my band. That's funny. The German coach is catching up to the. Yeah, so the Burlington Northern engine is faster than this locomotive, but if I run it at a certain speed step, it starts to outrun it. So I have to just keep changing the throttle to get this to either go faster or slower to keep a good distance. What's your opinion on Rapido? They're decent. I will give them a lot of credit for, making a lot of models that a lot of other manufacturers just refuse to. Like, they definitely, I think, have been a bit of an innovator, so I respect them for that. In terms of quality, I would say overall they're good. I have seen some issues with some of their motors, and unfortunately, a lot of the motor issues have also led to decoder issues, because if the motor fails, it often takes the decoder with it. But other than the motor issues, I haven't seen too many problems. I've owned some of them for, well, 10 years now, and they haven't given me any problems, so those ones are good. The ones I got from the mystery boxes, though, those were not as great, and I have a feeling the ones that they were giving away in those lots might have been returned models. I'm not sure if you explained it, but why is the 442 Hiawatha your favorite steam locomotive? I mean, I'm kind of biased because that was my grandmother's childhood train, and for years I wanted to get it going, and it's what created the entire channel. But even put the model aside, it's an interesting engine. I'm pretty sure it might be the fastest locomotive that ever ran in the United States, the fastest steam engine. Of course, they're going to try to break that record with the T1, but yeah. Did you see the Rapido guy with the train car in his basement? Yes, I have seen that. Back in the day, Loblaws had stores in the United States. My family neighborhood supermarket was a Loblaws. Huh, I never knew that. We used to have a few Loblaws in Gatineau, but I think they've all been rebranded to Provigo, which is pretty much just Quebec Loblaws. Does a steam engine go faster? No, it doesn't. It's that slow. I'm not sure if they capped the decoder to only let it run to that speed or if it's something else, but yeah, I've never seen it go faster. I could try messing with the CVs. Maybe I could get it to go a bit quicker, but I don't know. If it's only meant to go that fast, it could be because the manufacturer doesn't want it to go any quicker. I just don't know what the running gear can handle. Maybe it's not supposed to be run faster. And Rave Train says everyone hit that like button and consider joining. Shunter on the streetcar line, pretty please. Yeah, sure. We'll see if the custom engine built by yours truly will run on this. Well, the German engine finally caught up to the freight train. Oh. It was doing so well. Does anything on your current setup light up? I like the buildings. Not everything has internal lighting, but yeah, a lot of these buildings, I actually just took 12-volt automotive lights, courtesy lights, and just put them inside the buildings, and I feel like they work pretty well. I've only got these 5 plus the gazebo and the Ace supermarket lit up, but eventually I want to put lighting in the rest of the buildings. I had that on the previous setup, and yeah, it seemed to work pretty well. Thought we were about to see a pile up right there. Well, it's a little bit more obvious to see the lighting on this side of the layout, especially if I like shut that off. Oh yeah, I also had installed lighting in that house, so there's a few of them, but yeah, I still need to get the fire station lit, the gas station, the train station. Probably throw a light in the Bass Pro Shop. What's the pulling power of your bigger steam locomotives? The River Rossi big boys could probably haul about 30 cars. Some of my smaller steam engines that are made out of brass can probably haul more. I suspect some of them can haul 40 or 50 cars. I have this one engine. I'm trying to remember the type. I want to say it's a 484 maybe. It's all made out of brass, and when I bought it, the guy at the store was like, I have one of these. It will pull the rails right out from under itself before it quits pulling cars. I thought that was pretty funny. Speaking of lights, you need to put some signals on your layout. Eventually, one thing I was thinking about doing is, because this section of track is going to be directional, somehow wiring up a signal that indicates what polarity the track is set to. Do you need to add weights on rolling stock? Most modern rolling stock will come with the correct amount of weight from the factory, but older pieces of rolling stock often can benefit from a bit of added weight, especially if you're looking to haul longer trains. Because the problem is, like, a lot of older pieces of rolling stock that are like plastic, they don't have much weight. And so if you're hauling a really long train around a corner, it can actually just pull the train off, like it will lean and the whole train will just topple. Are you going to put epoxy resin for better water scenery? Well, it already has that. It might look like a bit of a matte finish, but that's just because it's dusty at the moment. You can kind of see it reflecting a bit right now if I Well, it doesn't reflect as much on camera, but it is resin. Are you going to expand the fall scene behind your layout? I don't think so. I don't have any intentions of removing the scenery back here, but I don't know. I'm just going to leave it as is. Need more ripples in the stream. I feel like the camera is just not doing this justice. Like, if I crawl under here, like you can see, it has a bit of a matte because it's super dusty. But it is reflective under there. So once I get this dusted, it's gonna look a lot better. Looks like somebody lost a couple of canoes in the river. Yeah, I hope I can find the figures. That's a road next to it. Yeah. Show us the other end of the town, like over on this side, or like way over there. Still a lot of this that I need to get put back together ever since the last time this was all moved. Kind of thinking about leaving the lumber mill used to be over there at the very end of the line, and I kind of like it here better, so I'm considering leaving it there and then putting the general store at the base of the mountain. I don't know. Is the house above the tunnel haunted, or does it belong to the Adams family? Yeah, it's the Adams family house. I'm trying to remember the name of the brand that made this. I want to say it was Northern Lights or something like that. If you watch the movie The Adams Family, this is not their house. It looks very similar, but it is not the same. But it looks so similar, and the reason for that is because the company that made it didn't want to have to pay the licensing to make a model of the real house. So what they did was they basically took all the details from the house and then they just reconfigured it. So this looks really similar, but it's not an exact copy if you watch the film, and that's why. Aurora Northern Lights. Maybe that's it. Could have kit bashed the house. Yeah, I don't know. It just kind of made for a fun project. that was supposed to be part of a Halloween special. I don't remember what happened to the footage, but it got corrupted or something. But yeah, just thought it'd be a nice addition to the layout. My mom is a huge fan of the Adams Family. We actually had a Adams Family themed Halloween party about 15 years ago, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. Do you like the show? I've seen some episodes of it on YouTube, but I didn't watch a whole lot of it. I just remember watching the first movie quite a few times. I know they made a second Adams Family movie. That was a little weird. I like the first one though. Did you watch the Michael Jackson movie? No, I've never seen that. Any plans on expanding the layout? Well, after I get the yard done, I want to finally build the line around the rest of the basement. You got to build the garden railroad. Yeah, that's the plan this summer. David Z to G Scale, welcome. You're still live streaming. I was out rail fanning when you started. Had dinner. Good evening, everybody. Oh, welcome. They'll probably wrap it up pretty soon because it is starting to get kind of late. It's going to be a lot of track for that. Yeah, I was able to buy a ton of not easy track, flex track at Larkspur quite cheap though, so that was good. The biggest problem I would say with building the line around the basement is overcoming the issue with the yard, because so far the yard is actually working a lot better than I was expecting. I thought I was going to just leave this the way it was temporarily and then change it. So anyway, it's been working fine, but the question is now, if I want to run a line around the entire basement, how do I get it around here? And originally I was like, oh, I can make the curve shorter and I could link those up or something like that. I don't really know, but I'm thinking now of maybe building elevation just to get it over there. I have no clue, but we'll see. Oh my goodness, it happened again. Deutsch Professor pulling through with 100. That is wild. Thanks again for yet another enjoyable live broadcast. The layout is looking good, very impressive. Best wishes on the house and the property work. Here's to help with the layout. Well, thanks again. Really didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. And yeah, it will definitely be put directly into building. This expansion is mostly paid for, but it's probably going to go into constructing the line around here. So yeah, really do appreciate it. Up and over. Can you run a daylight? Yeah, I'll put the daylight on before we finish off the live stream to see if this guy will start. I like the TV version of the Adams Family. Gomez Adams had a train set. He blew up the trains, bridges, whatever. I always get a lot of comments from people who are outside of model railroading saying, oh, you should run your trains like Gomez Adams. None of my requests happened. Well, I don't know. Were they not in working order, or I forgot? Because if I forgot, I can still throw one of them on if you want. How often do you live stream? Usually every 1 to every 2 weeks. What's the best track you could make with a 5x10 area? I don't know. I'd have to sit down with some track planning software, but I would tell you what, a 5x10 is a good size because you can add curves that are over 22 radius. How do I get notified when you're live? You just, if you're subscribed to the channel, you click the bell icon, and you can select how you want your notifications. And if you select all, it should just send you a notification if you have the YouTube app on your phone, or give you a notification if you're on desktop. Kind of forgot that I was running this on DCC. Whoops. Ah, it does run. The Burlington root engine. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. I thought I had said earlier that I thought I had one, but it was at my parents' house. My requests were overlooked. Well, I don't want people to be disappointed. If you guys have requests, I'll try to run them. It's just that if I physically don't have them here, or if the engines are not in working order, I can't run them. But yeah, I don't want to disappoint people. I do try to keep on top of all the requests, but sometimes stuff does fall by the wayside, or stuff derails and I get distracted. Kind of like that. Can you run the big boy? Well, I already ran the big boy. That's not good. I'm glad this derailed right here and not just a few feet forward. Otherwise, it would have just rolled right off the layout. Make sure to check that you're subscribed. Check the bell. Notify. Yeah, exactly. Milwaukee engine. Let me check. I probably have one. All right, let's have a look-see. Let me find a Milwaukee. Addams Family TV series had a Super O track in the 1964 to 65 season and an O gauge tubular track in the 1965 to 66 season. Huh. I'd be curious what they used when they made the movie in the 90s. See a Canadian Pacific Intermodal, yeah. Have you seen the new Addams Family show? I haven't. I think my family watched it and they said it was okay. I don't remember if I brought over the Fox Valley Hiawatha yet or not. I feel like I remember doing that at some point. I have to go check the bins. No Milwaukee. I might not have any over here at the moment. Burlington switcher. I don't know if I have that. Do you see it? Guess I haven't. Yeah. All right. Yeah, but we're Burlington switcher. It's Pennsylvania. Don't think that's LNN. Behind the post on the shelf. Oh. SMT make great videos. Thank you. Make a gold team. Yeah. I forgot about the cars. Whoops. I wonder if the switcher has enough power to get those cars back over here or not. It's nice to see this thing is running because I was pretty sure in a previous live stream I tried to run it and it wouldn't start. Why do you keep so many trains? Quick question. I just like them. When I was a kid, it was my dream to have a shelf packed with locomotives, so it's a dream come true. I like locomotives so much that I've actually gotten rid of rolling stock to make room to get more locomotives, which is completely against conventional wisdom for model railroading. Like most model railroaders will tell you, oh, you only need a few locomotives and then you make the rest of your collection rolling stock. Like a lot of model railroaders would rather have 40 coal cars and a steam engine than have 40 engines in one coal car. I'm the other way around. Yeah, the little six-wheel diesel is kind of strong. I'm impressed it's able to haul this. Run the Virginia engine in the green paint. Virginia engine in the green paint. I don't know. Forget what railroad this is. Soo Line. My notifications were on, but it's not working properly. I would try to just shut them off and turn them back on and see if that fixes it. The switcher's taking the car sleep. Yeah, exactly. Since when did you have a beard? I grew a mustache as part of Movember, and I just never got rid of it. What fast food place did you work at? I used to work at Arby's. I don't want to say just because I had some bad experiences there, which I've shared on the channel, and I doubt this would ever happen, but I don't want them going after me legally, so yeah. A popular chain, a lot of people have probably eaten that. I'm the same way. I have tons of HO scale engines and very few pieces of rolling stock. Do you have any cabooses? Yeah. I don't know if I have any. I don't know if I have any offhand at the moment, but yeah. SMT used to be in the fast food industry. I've been in a lot of restaurants. I was at a famous chain. I worked at a pizza kitchen for a while. And before that, I was working in a factory, and I did a lot of different jobs there. I used to work in like a soup kitchen, and yeah, lots of different jobs. Like the factory was pretty good. The factory was like a orderly operation. The managers were pretty smart, and they kept on top of things. I would eat the food that came out of the factory. But as for a couple of the restaurants I worked at, I was like, oh, this is not good. And I was trying to be diligent because when I was working at the factory, they gave you a lot of training on food safety and, just how to be careful. And so I had that training and I thought, okay, major fast food chain, they must have really high standards. Nope. Even the managers, oh my goodness, they were bad there. Thank you, SMT. I was coming to you for amazing content. I appreciate that. And try to support mom and pop chains. Yeah, I get that. You got me interested in trains because my mom would take me to the rails and sit there for hours watching trains. We live in Alabama and only see CSX. That's mostly what I see around Maine, but yeah. I feel like that's how a lot of people get into model railroading. You get an interest in real trains and then you kind of want a piece of the action. What should I get if I want to get started with model trains? Probably just buy a $130 starter set. Just get a cheap starter set, something just to kind of get a feel for the hobby and then move on from that really quickly because a loop of track gets boring pretty quickly. Like you want to add stuff to it, but yeah, just get a really basic starter set. You'll get an idea of the hobby and then you can move on from there. I have a Hershey train. It's G-Gauge. I love it. Thank you for getting me into this hobby. Works for a mom and pop radio station. AM should never die. Yeah, that's true. AM is important. It's good for sending out emergency signals and stuff too. Anyway, I think I'll finish off the live stream. Thank you so much to everybody who joined in this evening. As usual, I had a lot of fun running all the trains around and chatting with everybody, and I hope you did too. So yeah, wish you all a good night, everybody.